Down and I'm 11 years old. I guess I'm not too small to contribute to my great continent Africa, right? Greetings everyone, greetings, honorable guests, delegates and fellow Africans. It's an honor sharing the stage with great champions of Africa like you. I'll be talking to you on how we can leverage on skills and talent for the emergence of Africa. Wow! Africa, the cradle of humanity, the land of diverse cultures with breathtaking landscapes, growing population, rich natural resources, and lots more. But we are facing significant challenges such as poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. However, to solve these challenges, we need to focus on our greatest asset, which is the people. Imagine an Africa where entrepreneurship and innovation thrive. An Africa where the youth are empowered and our resources are harnessed for the benefit of all. An Africa where the leaders prioritize the needs of the people and communities come together to drive progress. It's not a mere dream. This is not a mere dream. It is not a mere dream. It's a reality, and we must create it. Africa must arise. Africa must arise. Africa must arise. Africa must arise. The strategies for harnessing skills and talent are: we need to invest in education. That is, we need to equip ourselves with the needed skills to compete in the global economy. For example, if I want to compete in the global economy, I will need internet and some gadgets like a laptop to study more as a young public speaker. We need to foster for entrepreneurship and innovation. That is, source for opportunities and resources to turn your ideas into successful businesses. Promote cultural change and collaboration. Share your knowledge, share your ideas, share the best of practices across borders and industries. In conclusion, harnessing skills and talents is one of the keys to unlocking Africa's potential. Let's work together to create an ecosystem that supports creativity, collaboration, and teamwork. Africa must arise, and it begins with us. I know there are stakeholders here, so I have a few suggestions. Let the government invest in education and infrastructure. Let the private sector give opportunities and resources to entrepreneurs. And you who are listening, develop your skills and share your talents. Together, let's work and harness skills and talents for Africa to arise. Thank you.
Africa. Africa is a continent blessed with brilliance, beauty, and unimaginable potentials. Yet, potentials alone are not enough to build Africa. Building Africa is not the job of the government only or leaders only. It is the responsibility of every African heart that beats with hope. Today, I want to share with you two things that we can do in order to build Africa. 1. Change our mindsets. Development begins in the mind before it appears in the society. We must change our mindset from a mindset of dependence to a mindset of responsibility. From someone should fix this to I can take part in the solution. When we have confidence in our continent and in our own abilities, this creates a new Africa, one built with confidence and not with complaints. Two, two, use our skills not just to serve but to survive. Everyone has something to contribute: skills, creativity, leadership, and compassion. Africa grows when we stop waiting for the appropriate moment and starting with what we have today. Mentor a child, serve your community, innovate, and create solutions for problems faced today. When millions of Africans give even a small part of themselves, it helps to build Africa. In conclusion, Africa does not need to be a copy of any other continent. Africa just needs people who believe, Africans who act, and Africans who are not willing to leave their homes. Thank you.
in settings of StreamYard, and when I speak into my microphone, you can see it. It picks it up. Okay. So can you hear me now? I can hear you. Okay, let me just hang up on this. Okay. Let me see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, just type a 1 on the comment section, please. Okay, if you can hear me, type a 1 on the comment section. Awesome, beautiful. So
should I do a test? Can everybody hear me? If you can hear me, just type a 2.
Okay.
Say yes. It's a number 2. Yes, I can hear you. Hello. That
awesome.
is so nice. It seems everybody can hear me perfectly.
Perfectly. All
That's
right.
lovely.
So lovely. Without any delay, I'm going to introduce to you our first speaker for the day. Okay. So it's very exciting, and of course, Willem Gous is our first speaker, and he is someone that you cannot wait to listen to, friend. So Willem Gous is a South African entrepreneur, educator, and a thought leader with over 25 years of experience in entrepreneurship. His work bridges two worlds few ever reach, empowering unemployed individuals in the township to start business with nothing, while guiding corporate leaders worldwide on navigating change and uncertainty. He has been recognized as the Startup Mentor of the Year 2023 and Entrepreneurship Education Program winner 2023 at the African Startup Ecosystem Builders Awards. So Willem has been named among the top 50 global thought leaders on lean startup and careers by Thinkers 360. This year, he has been nominated as the Startup Coach of the Year finalist, and eventually he got the award. Put it up for Willem, ladies and gentlemen, before I land.
Yeah.
Willem is holding a master's degree from the University of Liverpool. Willem is also a professional speaker, author of 3 amazing books, and a certified firework instructor. And finally, a devoted single father. He lives what he teaches: courage, adaptability, and the belief that with the right thinking, anything is possible. Put it up for Willem Gous as we welcome our first speaker for today. Welcome, Willem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate it. And thank you for everybody who's joining tonight. And thank you for all the applause in the comment section around my award of the Startup Coach of the Year 2025. But let's get into business. You know what? Everywhere I travel across Africa, whether in a township, in Johannesburg, in a rural community, or a university, I keep hearing the same message. We need more technology. We need more funding. We need more help. However, Africa is very rich in resources, and our people are resilient. I mean, if you're not, Africa will kick you out in a day or two. But our poverty, I realized, lies in our resourcefulness. Instead, we should ask, what can we build with what we already have? And that changes how I see Africa. I do not see poverty. I see potential. I see courage. I see creativity. Because Africa's rise will not be built by machines or money alone. It will be built by people. by their ideas, by their resourcefulness, and by the way they learn to move forward, even if life gives them very little or nothing. That human spark is the real engine of innovation in Africa. Now, let's be honest. Tools do not innovate, people innovate. A smartphone does not solve a problem. A person with a thought, a question, a need, a dream solves a problem. I've spent years working with people who have almost nothing, no funding, no equipment. But once they learn how to think like entrepreneurs, something changes. They start seeing solutions everywhere. They start believing that action is possible. They start with what is in their hands. In my rapid entrepreneurship development program, people start profitable business in 5 weeks without external funding, not because of me, but because an ability that was already inside of them. I once worked with a woman who felt stuck, no money, no equipment, no idea what to do. But when she applied this thinking, entrepreneurial thinking, she found a small starting point, then another, then another. Within 5 weeks, she had a flourishing business supporting her and her family and contributing to the local economy, not because conditions changed, but because she changed. And here are a few examples, because a lot of people hear my working like, Willem, you're lying. There's this beautiful lady living in a township in Johannesburg, and she's unemployed and she started a bakery. She sells cookies and scones, but she doesn't own an oven. Now, most people believe that's impossible to start without all of these resources. I mean, how do you start a bakery without an oven? But yet today she has a bakery. You don't need funding. You don't need a lot of resources. All you need is a belief and a willingness to find a solution. Instead, she picked up the phone and found somebody with an oven and bakes at their house. She takes a taxi to the market, sells, and then takes a taxi home. The next morning, they will walk to their house again, bake at their friend's house, and the cycle continues. It's as simple as that, an easy way to start a business. But most people will see what they do not have and not even start. She went from unemployed to making $100, $200 of profit every week in 5 weeks. I have hundreds of such examples in my work in Africa. Through my work, I've reduced the time to create a job to 5 weeks. I've reduced the cost by 20 times, and we can do it at scale. Now we have the potential to create hundreds, even thousands of new micro enterprises every month in a town, in a city, in a country. Africa is not short of talent. Africa is short of belief in its own human capital and human potential. And when people discover that they can do with very little, they do not wait for governments or foreign support. They start creating progress from the ground up. Now, many people look at Africa and see scarcity. I look at Africa and I see a training ground for world-class problem solvers. But first, we need to change our thinking. Your thinking determines your actions, and your actions determine your results. And the results I currently see in Africa point to the desperate need for a renewal of thought. That thinking is entrepreneurial thinking. It teaches speed, adaptability. It teaches people to use what they have instead of wishing for what they do not. Entrepreneurial thinking is not exclusively a business skill. It's a life skill that anyone can learn and use. Entrepreneurs constantly have to adapt to changing markets and customer needs, but that same skill can be applied in all areas of life, business, and work. It's not exclusive for those in business. It's a skill that I teach in schools, universities, communities, and also businesses. My entrepreneurial thinking compass, my proprietary thinking framework teaches 5 core principles. First, agency. I choose how I respond. Flow forward. Let me take the next step that I can take. Adjustability. If this way fails, I will try another. Bounce back ability. A setback is not the end. And resourceability. I will use what I have to make things work. These are not business skills, ladies and gentlemen. These are life skills, and they turn scarcity into opportunity. And anyone can use these entrepreneurial thinking skills to change their life, to change their circumstances, to change their village, to change their country, or even to change a continent. Please don't confuse my work with traditional entrepreneurship education or incubation programs. Most of them don't teach anything about entrepreneurial development. They teach lean startup, business modeling, business planning, and design thinking, believing that this is entrepreneurial development. But that has nothing to do with the entrepreneur. That's management education. Those are merely tools that an entrepreneur may choose to use or not. We need to develop entrepreneurs, the people who build businesses. I famously say that I don't teach people to fish. I make fishermen. And recently, I spoke at a university to students who've been in an incubation program for more than 8 months. And I'm talking world-class recognized incubation programs. But yet, when I asked them to raise their hand, if they believe that they cannot be an entrepreneur, a third of the class raised their hand. How is this possible? Because they're not teaching entrepreneurial development. The problem is they were focusing on the business, not the person. It's like building the world's best, most beautiful, technologically advanced sports car, only to have a donkey tow it. That's what happens when we try to build businesses instead of entrepreneurs. And yet, after spending an hour with those same students with me and learning how to think like an entrepreneur, seeing the potential and possibility within themselves and their environment, all disbelief disappeared. After talking to them, everyone believed that they could be a successful entrepreneur. I teach entrepreneurial thinking to students in schools and universities, helping them to improve their academic success, resilience, employability, and mental well-being. I teach entrepreneurial thinking to staff within businesses so that they can become resourceful, resilient, adaptable, and innovative as part of their daily work. As you could see from these examples, entrepreneurial thinking spans all areas of people's lives, careers, and businesses. This is how we will unlock the potential of Africa and its people. Too often we look outside Africa for answers. We need more aid. We need more funding. We need more outside leadership. But the future of this continent will not be delivered to us. It has to be built by us. Real development is not giving people things. Real development is helping people see what they already have and showing them how to use it to move forward. When we invest in people's thinking, confidence, and ability to act, everything changes. When we teach people entrepreneurial thinking, jobs appear, micro businesses grow, communities become stable, young people gain hope and purpose, local economies begin to lift themselves, and continents become places of hope. And this is where the real collaboration between government, business, education, and communities become powerful. Not a top-down model where solutions arrive from above, but a shared model where we awaken the potential that already exists in each and every person in Africa. When you build people, you build momentum. When you build people, you build dignity. When you build people, you build Africa. Technology will support Africa's rise. Funding will support Africa's rise, but they will not lead it. What will lead it are the people across the continent who choose to think differently, act boldly, and use entrepreneurial thinking as a life skill to build the future they want. Innovation is not reserved for the chosen few. It lives inside every African, inside every young person searching for direction, inside every parent starting over, inside every community trying to move forward. Africa's greatest resource is not in the ground. It's in our people. And when we awaken that potential, Africa not only rises, Africa leads. Thank you. If you have any questions, just pop them into the the comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any for me. That's so true. Bold people, bold technology, bold Africa. That's what we need. Thank you for the applause. Yes. We don't give handouts, we give hand-ups. And true. I see it time and time again in my work in townships, ladies and gentlemen. It's the magic is there. I see it time and time again where somebody starts a profitable business in 5 weeks without external funding. Anything is possible. It's not that they need more information. I mean, if information was the problem, the internet would have unlocked human potential 20 years ago, and it has not. What we need to change are the people. If you have any questions, just pop them in the chat, and I'd be glad to answer you on that. Yes, innovation is not reserved for a chosen few. It's something that anyone can master. I want to thank you for joining me tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you for the applause. I appreciate that. It lives in us all. That is so true. Africa will not rise, it will lead. But we have to start with the people on the ground. That's where we need to start. Thank you. That's great. Somebody asked, how do I start a profitable business without extended support or external support? So you don't need funding and you don't need access to market. Look at the person who started the bakery. Very simple. They use the resources that they have. The problem that most people face is they believe that I have to start a massive business, and that's not necessarily true. Start small. Samsung started as a spaza shop in 1935. How many businesses started in garages? Start small, because telling me you need funding for a big business, if you can't build a small business, you can't build a big business. And then you go and find people. Customers don't come to you, you go to customers. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the applause on the presentation. Any questions?
My name is Milton Vernyuy, and I am excited to be talking to you today. I want to start by saying a big thank you to the amazing organizers of this wonderful event for creating such a platform for young people to be edified, to build capacity, and to become the kind of people that can participate in taking Africa to a desired destination. Once again, I'm happy to be here, and I am looking forward to a rewarding session for all. And without any wastage of time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you on the subject from vision to action. From vision to action. Now, what does it mean to go from vision to action? I personally believe that the foundation of any worthwhile achievement or change in life starts with personal growth or personal development. And the reason is because you cannot take people as a leader to a place that you've never been. You cannot export what does not work at home, because charity begins at home. And so I believe that if we are going to take Africa to a place that is worth talking about, then the change must start with ourselves. If we are going to change the narrative of Africa, then we must start by changing our own narrative personally. And this is where personal growth comes in. And under this personal growth, I am going to be sharing with you three key elements, briefly, three key elements of personal growth that can take you from a place of vision to a place of action. And the number one out of these three elements that I want to talk about is intentionality. Intentionality. Now, what does it mean to be intentional? To be intentional means you have made a choice that you are going to succeed. To be intentional means you have made a decision that you are going to do something. Because many of us have dreams. We have dreams of becoming better people. We have dreams of changing our communities. But are we truly intentional about it? Being intentional means understanding that growth does not happen by chance. It happens by choice. And so we must make a choice to grow, or growth is not going to happen. Because it will shock you to understand or to know that There are people who are just going through life hoping that someday, somehow, something will happen and make them successful or make them to grow. But I want to bring you bad news. It is not going to happen. And the reason is because nobody accidentally becomes successful or accidentally grows in anything. You must make a decision, an informed decision, a conscious decision that you are going to do that thing. And one of the greatest indicators of intentionality is the setting of goals. I want to let you know that you do not want anything bad enough if you've never written it down and tried to work on a plan on how to achieve that thing. You do not want anything bad enough until you have written it down and developed a roadmap that is going to help you achieve those things. Because without a goal, you cannot go, without setting goals, you cannot really achieve anything worthwhile in life, to be honest. So you must start by setting goals, because intentionality means you've asked yourself, where do I truly want to be personally? Where do I want to be? What do I want to achieve? You ask yourself those questions and you describe what you want to achieve on paper. Jim Rohn says, think on paper. You describe what you want to achieve on paper. Right? Now, you ask yourself the next question. What are the things that I must do? The things that I must have, the people that I must see, the calls that I must make, the meetings that I must have to be able to make this thing happen. And you write all those things down. And then you ask yourself another question. Out of these things that are required for me to be able to become this person or achieve this thing, what do I already have? And what I have already, does it permit me to start? And what do I not have already? And what do I not have? Is it what I need to be able to start? Because many people are stuck and they don't know where to start because they feel like they don't have what it takes to be able to work on their dreams. But I want to let you know today, ladies and gentlemen, that you do not need to be qualified to work on your dreams. I believe that if you have any dream that you have that is in your heart, that you are so passionate about, and even if you're not qualified, you can still achieve that dream, because not being qualified is not a problem. If you're qualified to work on your dream, good and fine. Please work on your dream as soon as possible. But if you are not qualified, it is still fine. Now, work on getting qualified. It is that simple. Maybe it's a skill that you need to achieve or need to acquire to be able to do what you say you want to do. You don't have the skill, you try to learn the skill. It's as simple as that. You set goals for yourself and make sure that you follow through with those goals. And the next thing that I want to talk about is becoming a knowledge junkie. Becoming a knowledge junkie. Now, a junkie is someone who is highly addicted to something, right? Someone who is highly addicted to something. And we are saying that for you to become a transformational leader, for you to become somebody who can cause tremendous change in your community, you must fall in love with learning. You must make learning a part of your life. And why do you have to make learning a part of your life? The reason, number one, is because every single day, people are discovering new ways of making things easier, cheaper, and faster in every industry. And so the moment you stop learning, you start losing because you fall behind. And so you must consistently learn so that you don't fall behind and stay stuck in a position that you would have left if you had fallen in love with learning. You must learn, because when you learn, it's like taking off a blindfold and navigating through life with more clarity. Learning is like turning on lights in a dark room. Because you enter a dark room, you cannot navigate freely because you cannot see clearly. So when you learn consistently, it's like you're taking off a blindfold and now you can see clearly and navigate through life. Now you must be able to do this consistently. You must be able to constantly learn. I believe that there are people in every industry, no matter what industry you want to be a part of, there are people in that industry that have done it for years, and they have even written books on how they did it. Which means that if somebody has done something for 30 years or 3 decades and written a book about how they did it, now if you read this book in 1 month, you learn in 1 month what it took somebody 30 years to be able to learn. So that is a shortcut. Not knowing, again, is not an excuse. Because if you do not know that this is a cable that has electricity that is going through it and you touch it, it will shock you. It will shock you. So not knowing is not an excuse. So you must know. You must make peace with constantly seeking knowledge. And you seek knowledge, you read books, you listen to the radio, you listen to podcasts, you watch videos, you take courses, you attend seminars, you go to school. That is how you learn. And the trap that many people fall in is that they believe that learning is something that is done only in school. But I want to let you know that the learning that you do in school is not even half of one quarter of how much you need to be able to turn out fine in life. And so out of school, you're even supposed to be learning more than what you do in school. And so you must be intentional. Read books about what you love to do. Read books about the person you want to become. Read personal development books like Atomic Habits. Read Focal Point by Brian Tracy. Read The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Read Think and Grow Rich. These are books that can start your journey. But you must read if you must make informed decisions. You must be able to acquire the information so that you stand ahead of others. And when you acquire the information and know what works, the next thing that you have to do and the last thing that you have to do is you have to take action. Yes, you have to take action. Because Jim Rohn said, information without action is intellectual entertainment. And affirmation without action is the beginning of confusion. So if you have the knowledge and you're not taking action on the knowledge, then you're losing. Because no matter how intentional you are, no matter how much you set goals and discover what works and develop a roadmap to get you to where you want to be, if you do not take action on those goals, nothing is going to happen. Action speaks louder than words. And so you must take action before we can experience the change that we want to see in Africa. I am not going to talk much about this, but I want you to know that it is not how much you know, it is how much you apply from how much you know. People like Elon Musk, who is the richest man in the world at the moment, are known for reading and learning how to build rockets from reading books. And so this means that if you truly want to go far in life, you must start by being intentional, setting goals. You must start by acquiring the knowledge. And beyond that, you must take action on your dreams. Because without that, we cannot grow personally. And if we cannot grow personally, then we cannot contribute to the rising of Africa. So my encouragement to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that as you go today, after this event, everything that you have learned, make sure that you put it into practice and make sure that you stay consistent in your growth journey so that you can become the kind of person that can help Africa to reach that desired destination.
You are what you are today as a result of the thoughts that have passed through your minds and the actions that you took yesterday. And your life tomorrow will be a result of the thoughts that are going through your minds and the actions that you take today. And that's the reason why I'll be talking today on the topic, what you focus on, you attract. My name is Takwe Boniface. I'm a nerve, and we're going to follow this outline. A brief introduction and the Bible thoughts, the brain and your mind, the brain sending out vibrations, the heart sending out vibrations that magnet, very, very strong ones, and the law of vibration and how you can raise your vibrations. Call to action and a conclusion. Proverbs 23 verse 7 says, "For as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." This means your thoughts determine your character, determine the choices that you make, and also the results that you get in life. And again, the brain is contained. Every human being has a brain, and the brain has two minds. The mind is the functional aspect of the brain. And when we look at the mind, there are two kinds of minds, what we can commonly call the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. The conscious mind controls just about 5% of your activities in a day, while the subconscious mind controls about 95% of your activities in a day. Your conscious mind is the mind that controls most of the things that you are aware of. What you eat, what you drink, carrying up your hand, putting it down. All those things are under the control of the conscious mind. While the subconscious mind controls most of those other acts that you are not even aware of. Your heartbeat, your breathing pattern, how your blood moves through your blood vessels, how food moves along your intestines, how your bladder can hold urine so that it doesn't flow as you're moving around. All those things are under the control of the subconscious mind. You are not even aware of that. The soil can be a garden. And whatever seeds that you plant in the soil has no right to, it can't reject the seeds that you planted. In the same way, your mind can also be likened to be a garden. And the thoughts that go through your mind can be likened to the seeds that are planted in that garden. The kinds of thoughts that go through your mind routinely determines the kind of seeds that are planted in that garden. And the thoughts that go through your mind, thoughts that can give rise to nice flowers, or thoughts that can give rise to bad kind of flowers. So, the human brain, again, has been described to function as a radio station. A radio station sends out vibrations. And when you tune to a certain station and you receive vibrations from that station, you get the music or the sound from that station. The human brain also sends out vibrations just like a radio station. And the different kinds of thoughts that pass through our mind determine the different kinds of vibrations that are sent. And the high frequency vibrations of hatred, bitterness, worry, jealousy, criticism, shame, guilt send out low frequency vibrations. And these vibrations can affect you and they can affect others in the environment. I want to cite the example of a study that was done by Isamoto Masuru. He collected water and put containers. In one of the containers, the water was subjected to thoughts of love. And in another container, the water was subjected to thoughts of hatred, bitterness, worry. After a period of time, water was collected from these two containers and crystals formed. And it was discovered that the water that came out from the container of where thoughts of love were being put on formed very nice, beautiful crystals. While the water from the container with thoughts of hatred, bitterness, anger produced very ugly crystals. Conclusion: thoughts send out vibrations that can affect non-living creatures, non-living objects, just like water here. How much more of your body that is made up of more than 60% of water? Do you know that the thoughts that go on routinely in your brain can affect the water in your body and affect your system? The human mind has been described as a magnet, and the kinds of thoughts that go on through your mind determines what is attracted onto your body. Your thoughts are not passive, they have an effect. Your thoughts are alive and they go ahead before you ever step foot in water from the container with thoughts of hatred, bitterness, anger produce very ugly crystals. Conclusion. Thoughts send out vibrations that can affect non-living creatures, non-living objects, just like water here. How much more of your body that is made up of more than 60% of water? Do you know that the thoughts that go on routinely in your brain can affect the water in your body and affect your system? The human mind has been described as a magnet, and the kinds of thoughts that go on through your mind determines what is attracted onto your body. Your thoughts are not passive. They have an effect. Your thoughts are alive and they go ahead before you ever step foot in that particular place. Your thoughts determine the experiences that you will encounter as you move along life. And this is as a result of what? The vibrations that those thoughts send out. And so you need to note also that your thoughts determine the kinds of feelings that are generated inside the body, which also determine the vibrations that go on and hence your future. But unfortunately, most people are not aware of this. I cite the example of a female who was looking for somebody to get married to. This female child at the age of 6 years witnessed a situation where their father abandoned them, carried his bag, banged the door, and went out, abandoning that child and their mother in that house there and never ever came back. So this child grew to the age of marriage. And this child was always looking for opportunities to have a good relationship that would lead to marriage. Each time she cultivated a relationship with somebody, after a time it would break up, just like that. She came in contact with somebody who gave her counsel to change her thought patterns when they understood what happened. She changed her thought patterns and started forming thoughts of reconciliation occurring between their father and their mother, thoughts of affection occurring between their father and their mother. And in no distant time, she started creating relationships that were so affectionate, and she ended up marrying. What caused it? She changed her thought, and her thought pattern sent out vibrations that attracted the right kinds of people into her life, and she was now able to behave in a way that ended up with what? A good relationship that ended up in marriage. And so these thoughts that she was having with emotions went directly into the subconscious mind that even controls the things she wasn't even aware of. And remember, your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between good seeds and bad seeds, good thoughts and bad seeds. It is a very, very obedient servant. And its function is merely to externalize what you put inside. So whatever thoughts that you send into your subconscious mind, it works to give out that kind of output or outprint. And so studies have also shown that your thoughts, your heart also sends out a very strong electromagnetic field. That is, the human heart has been shown from studies to send out a magnetic field that attracts circumstances and events and people into your life that are far stronger than even what the human brain does. And so, as you can find in this picture here, you see the human heart sending out very strong electromagnetic waves that go about 3 feet away from your body. You look at the other picture that you find here. The human heart sends out electromagnetic waves or frequencies or energy that can even affect other people in the environment. And therefore, you need to start asking yourself, what kind of electromagnetic waves is my heart producing? Do these electromagnetic waves have the tendency to affect others? And if so, positively or negatively? You look at this other picture here, you still see pictures of the heart sending out those strong magnetic waves that things into our lives. And so, what is the law of vibration? The law of vibration, one of the laws states that like thoughts attract like vibrations. If you send out positive thoughts, they are going to attract positive vibrations that are being emitted from the minds of others. Negative thoughts send out negative vibrations that attract negative vibrations that have been sent by others. And when more negative come into your body, it can make your life miserable. When you send out positive vibrations, they attract positive vibrations from others. And when these ones come out, they begin to attract the kinds of things that are going to make your life very, very interesting. And so what kinds of thoughts are you thinking on a daily basis? Thoughts of positive vibrations, thoughts that send out positive vibrations, or thoughts that send out negative vibrations? Life is a mirror. The mirror doesn't create, it merely reflects what is pointed onto the mirror. And if you change the source of whatever goes in front of the mirror, the mirror is also going to change what it reflects. When you change your thinking, the world around you also changes. You can't create a new life from old thought patterns. It doesn't work. If you want a new life, you must change your thought patterns from the old thought patterns that were not right to new thought patterns that you desire. In that way, those new thought patterns are going to attract people, events, and experiences that are commensurate to the new kinds of vibrations that you are sending out, and that's going to make your life very interesting. Some studies have already shown that when you want a new and a better life, one way that you can use, or one thing that you can do to attract a new and a better life, is to start blessing others. When you start sending out blessings to others, your mind doesn't differentiate whether these thoughts that you are sending out are for you or for others. It takes it as something that you desire. Blessings open the door to new beginnings. When you start blessing others, you are opening the doors of your heart to new beginnings to occur. What you desire yourself, first give it out to others. Give it out to others. And by the law of vibration, it's going to attract circumstances, events, and people that are going to feel that into your heart. The subconscious mind, I repeat, doesn't differentiate between thoughts meant for you and thoughts that are being sent out to others. I cite the example. So if you're constantly sending out thoughts of criticism, thoughts of anger, irrespective of whether what happened is right or wrong, it's going to sabotage the harvest that you expected to get. I cite the example of Job. You look in the book of Job, chapter 42, verse 10. It says, and the Lord restored Job's fortune when he prayed for his friends. When Job started praying, blessing his friends, the Lord restored his lost fortunes. Job's prayer of blessings for others, Job prayed of blessings to others who misunderstood him. He didn't care whether their thoughts about him were right or wrong. His friends misunderstood him. And so he started praying blessings for those friends. And as a result, his story also changed. His story changed. God started blessing him. What he sent out, he received in return. But what do most of us do? When people do something that causes us pain, we start cursing instead of blessing. Let's copy the example of Job and start giving our thoughts of blessings, thoughts of gratitude, irrespective of what others have done. And what is the call to action and conclusion? Your thoughts and my thoughts send out vibrations. Your vibrations, my vibrations, affect people, affect events and circumstances. Your vibrations and my vibrations will attract people, events, and circumstances that are commensurate to the kinds of vibrations that we send out. Your high vibrations with actions that you take is going to yield what? Good results. When you make your life that which keeps you in a continuous high vibrational state, it's going to neutralize the negative vibrations that are being sent out by others. And this will cause you to live at peace. Your vibrations affect you and they affect others around you. And so when you're constantly living in a state of low vibrations, no, it's going to have an effect on others. What you focus on in private will show up in public. Sometimes you lie on your bed and you're focusing your mind on negative vibrations, anger, worry, negative thought patterns. It's going to show up in public. And therefore, your circumstances shouldn't dictate your attitude, but let your attitude dictate the circumstances around you. In conclusion again, your circumstances should not dictate your attitude, but let your attitude, which is the result of the thoughts that go on in your mind, dictate the circumstances around you by attracting people, events, and circumstances into your life. Thank you so much, and use this information not only to transform your life, but to help transform the lives of others around you.
Wow, 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 wow. Amazing, amazing. I want you to put your hands together. Put your hands together to our amazing speaker. Bonnie, great job, great job, great job, great job, great job. I want you to show it. What Bonnie and Milton did was amazing. Can you put it up for them, please? I want to see your comments. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. DC, thank you so much. Your team B, Sharifa, thank you so much. Difon Calvin, thank you, Melanie Puemedji, thank you, Timti, Rachel, DC, thank you, Leonora, thank you so much. Thank you, great job. Thank you, Dimon Grang, amazing. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Molly Tessie. Bring it up. Milton and Vernyuy. Milton Vernyuy did a great job. Bonnie nailed it again. Yeah. Let's do that, guys. Let's do that. Let's nail it. Great job, great job, great job, great job. Belinda, great job. Leonora, great job. Great. Okay. And so, friend, I have the privilege to appreciate Vernyuy Milton, our second speaker, who nailed it, to appreciate Boniface Takwe, who also nailed it. And now I want to present to you our second to last speaker. She is a powerhouse of wisdom, knowledge, and leadership. I am talking about this amazing lady who is so passionate about what she does and everything she plays her hands upon to do. She is a graduate from ENAM and ERIC in Cameroon in Africa. She is a certified speaker from the Texas Institute of Public Speaking. She is a university lecturer. She is a founder and a director of an organization. She is the head leader for the Africa Must Rise Global Conference volunteer team. I'm talking about not any other person, but the one and only Melanie Puemedji, aka Mary Speaks. Put your hands together as Melanie comes to tell us how Africa can rise.
Welcome, Africa. Karibu, Africa. Bienvenue, l'Afrique. Thank you for being here. I want you to hold two images in your mind. The first image depicts a crowded room, possibly a high-level policy forum or a boardroom, where you see the traditional power schedule, the established old-fashioned way of doing things. The second image that I want you to picture in your mind is that of a young woman in Lagos, in Nigeria, in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Cairo, in Egypt, or in Yaoundé, Cameroon. 22 years old, brilliant, creative, and she's sitting on her laptop, coding an application on her laptop that could solve a multi-million-dollar supply chain problem. She's not waiting for permission. She's building the future in real time. These two pictures tell a story about Africa today. It is a story of immense, unmatched potential that is meeting out dated systems. Africa is defined by its youth. And when we talk about Africa being defined by its youth, we are not talking about age. We are talking about the African youth bold in spirit and rich in ideas. We African youths, we are a home to the world's largest and fastest growing population of over 4 million people under the age of 35. To be honest, Africa's story has been told for us. It is time for us to change the narratives. Let us tell our stories by ourselves. I come here today to talk to the speakers, the thinkers, and the change makers, the youths. Africa has been seen in a place of need and not as a source of jealousy. How crazy. But yes, that is our reality. Junior Achebe's philosophy teaches us to own our narrative, and I'll quote, Africa's story will be written by its young, or it will not be written at all. So here is the question I want to ask all of us on this platform today. Why are the most creative, connected, and capable generation of Africa still waiting for permission to lead? Are we really waiting for permission to lead? Or is Africa not prepared for the youth? We are ready and we are rising. 70% of our population is under the age of 35, which I mentioned earlier. And this is the thing. Africa is a force. It's a revolution waiting to be unleashed. By 2030, Africa is expected to contribute 1/3 of the world's youth workforce. As you can see, every African youth wants to travel for greener pastures. Who stays back and build? Who stays back to make it happen? Young Africans, we are the global engine of talent for the next century. Let us stay back and build, because Africa must rise. Here is a perspective shift for investors, decision makers who are sitting on this platform or watching me online. Africa has the greatest market opportunity on the planet. It is the highest consumer base, the highest talent pool, the innovation hub of the future. Yes, we are rich in youth, but we are the poorest in systems that will let this youth to thrive. Indeed, Africa's youth are not the challenge to solve. We are the solution the continent have been waiting for. I come here today to challenge and inspire the young African people. Let us move from dreamers to designers. I'll give you a sharp example of Paystack. Paystack is a company that was created by two young Africans, Shola Akinladi and Ezra Olubi, in 2015. They saw a problem in the payment, online payment, and designed a solution so good that Stripe company bought it for over $200 million. Now, Stripe is an American-Irish technology company that provides financial infrastructure for online business, allowing them to accept payment and manage their finances. Now, the question that has been haunting my mind: this company existed in Nigeria. How good did the Nigerian policymakers benefit from it? How much recognition was given to Paystack? Africa must rise. We need to recognize and use our own. This takes me to the next step. Dear African youths, we need to move from consumers to contributors. Let us shape our own narratives. It is ours. I learned from one conference I attended in South Africa, and the speaker was called Pamela Kobile. She's a great podcaster and a human resource expert in Nigeria, in South Africa, beg your pardon. She taught me something that day. She said, and I quote, "Your story will take you to where your CV cannot take you." How many of us, young Africans, storytellers, speakers, change makers, talent builders, competency skill builders, how many of us tell our stories? How many of us can pitch our story? Whoever controls the story controls the future. That is why we have been having African history, world history, Namibian history, Cameroonian history, and they will tell us about Hitler, they will tell us about Woodrow Wilson, they will tell us about all of those things, and then make it feel like the Kunta Kintes were the slaves. Like we do not matter, and then everything that had to do with us is primitive. So even our educational system is a sham, because we are trained to be literate. We are not trained to acquire jobs or create jobs for ourselves after school. The educational system is a mess. So many graduates from Africa, but yet so many unemployed youths. So if we have to make this happen for us, the various systems of the various countries we find ourselves, I'm going to provide you with bridges that we could use to break this system. First, let's work on our communication power. We should speak ideas that will be created dear before me, because most of them have hammered on this issue. Another bridge we can build is digital literacy and coding. Someone tell me. So if we have to make this happen for us, regarding the various systems of the various countries we find ourselves, I'm going to provide you with bridges we could use to break the system. First, let's work on our communication power. We should speak, write, and pitch our ideas that will move people and move capital. Every good idea communicated, dear African youth, a good secret. I salute the speakers that spoke before me, because most of them have hammered on this issue. Another bridge we can build is digital literacy and coding. Someone tell I am not going to be a computer engineer because I want to impact Africa. Who says you have to be a computer engineer to do coding? Coding is the new literacy of leadership. Now I want to ask a question to the African youths. Are you aware that illiterate century is no longer all right. No, it is he or she that cannot handle the digital space. So what are we, the African youth, doing about it? The digital world is the language of modern day. The digital skill gap must be closed rapidly by embracing self-teaching and accessible resources, because we do not have time. Another bridge we have to work on is our emotional, our intelligence. Most of us young Africans, we do not even understand the dynamics environment. We do not understand. Now, how do you impact a quarter, a region where you live, where you cannot impact your household, where you cannot impact your church community, where you cannot impact your school community? Leadership is not authority. Leadership is influence. To listen to you, you must have done that which they are seeking for, or have a solution for the problem they are trying to solve. It is not about your degrees. We have lots of it. Africans are very educated, but yet, let our collaboration move across borders. We must build bridges between ourselves, the African countries. African countries must stop competing for crumbs, building tables together. How say these things? Guys, on these details. And not just inward. Because tomorrow your biggest will be from Rwanda. The biggest collaboration from South Africa, from Nigeria. So let's stop sucking it all in and spread our tentacles. Let's go beyond. Strategy that increases the impact scale. So, if we have to use these bridges and translate them global prominence, a vision. Melanie Puemedji. Mel speaks. I see not just an Africa where financial systems and culture the first century. Youngest population, I've repeated it like 3 times. We have rich soil. In short, the richest soil in the world. This growing tech adoption rate. African youth, we are not waiting for the world to notice us. We are building a world that cannot ignore us. All we need is structured, disciplined, and communicated vision. We can do this in our own small way, at our own small level. It produces a glass, a bucket, a basin, a stream, an ocean. Let's start now, because Africa must rise. We cannot keep playing the waiting game. We, the African, for tomorrow, we are the power source. We will leave the African with this thought that got my mind crafted. The future of Africa is not ahead of us. It is within us, waiting for courage to wake up. African youths, let us wake up that courage. Let us build those bridges. Let us take ownership of our narratives. We are not the future of Africa. We are the present. We are rewriting our story in real time. The future is not a distant dream. It's a decision. And we are making Africa must rise. Thank you.
Come on, come on. Put your hands together. That was a great one there, Bill. Wonderful presentation. All you guys, put on some emojis. Show some love to Melanie for this powerful presentation. She nailed it. She nailed it. She nailed it. Okay? Drop your points. What was your take-home message for Melanie's presentation? Awesome. The future of Africa is not in the future, but the future of Africa is in us, is within us. And so we have to seize it. We have to own it. And we have to create it now. If not, no one is going to do it for us, right? The future of Africa is not abroad. It's not ahead of us, but within us. So thank you. That's a great one there, Rachel. John Noel, great job. Great job. Prosper, great job. Precious, great job. Ebot, Patience, great job. Rachel, I love that. I love that. Yes, yes. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Bring them, bring them, bring them, bring them, bring them. The words of a mother are always special. D for Calvin. I love that. Great, great. Awesome, guys. So without any wastage of time, without ado, I want to introduce you our last speaker for the day, for day 2. Okay, remember, yes, today is day 2. Yesterday was day 1. So our last speaker for today is an incredible, phenomenal leader, and she's coming in with the kind of Melanie's kind of energy. And just before I introduce the last speaker, once again, give it up to Mel Speak. She nailed it. Great job, great job, great job. Those are the kind of leaders we want in Africa. Those are the leaders we're raising up for in Africa. Those are the leaders that will give us the future of Africa that we have been dreaming and craving and yearning for it. And that's why Melanie is here. That's why we got Melanie to be one of the speakers at the Africa Must Rise Global Conference. So give Melanie her flowers, just like you gave Milton his flowers, and Gallows his flowers, Gaius, William his flowers, and Boniface his flowers. Melanie deserves her own flowers. Give her, please. Great job, great job. Go beyond, collaborate, grab opportunities, never feel less to connect with like minds. I love this. Quine wrote, Rudy, we have to seize the future of Africa, structure and communication. I love that. Woo. Thank you so much, Melanie, for this great job. You've done justice to your presentation. And without any waste of time, friend, Africa leader, Africa source of inspiration, hope, you are the one. Permit me to introduce to you the infatigable Ebot Patience. Ebot Patience is actually an international speaker. She spoke recently in the United States in one of our events in Minneapolis, and she nailed it. She got a lot of energy. She owns a school. She is a vice principal of GBHS Mindong, Yaoundé, Cameroon, in Central Africa. She is an author. Did you hear that? She is an author, and she's going to be talking to us on the topic from silence to significance. At over 50 years, she decided to launch her professional speaking career. And just months later, she is speaking all around the world. Friend, join me as we put our hands together to welcome the one and only Patience Ebot, the infatigable woman, mother, wife, leader, and you can name a few. Welcome Patience Ebot as she closed the curtains of this day 2 of the African Must Rise Global Speakers Conference. All right. So put it up to Patience, and Patience, you're welcome.
Fellow Africans, dear friends of Africa, I came to tell you this truth. The greatest battle you will ever fight is not with your enemies. It's not with witches and wizards. It is not even with guns and atomic bombs. It is with your mind. Dennis Kimbrough says, man has succeeded in winning all the battles of outer space except the ones of the inner space, which is the mind. If you win in your mind, you'll win in life. Your mind, no amount of prayer will rescue you. Life does not change because you cried. Life changes because you decided to use the power of your mind to achieve what you desire in life. If your mind shifts, your world shifts. If your thinking changes, your level changes. You always get what you believe in. If you believe in nothing, you will have nothing. Remember, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. If you think scarcity, you will wallow in poverty and misery. If you think wealth, you will blossom in abundance. If you think you are small, you will live like an ant. Today, we are saying Africa must rise. But Africa cannot rise with the old mindset of scarcity, poverty, misery, dependency, mediocrity, and survival. I came to tell you, you cannot step into a new life unless you change your mindset. Your mind is the womb of your destiny. It is a control room of your life. It is a steering wheel of your future. No matter how talented you are, no matter how anointed you are, your mind is, if your mind is wrong, your life will be limited. According to Reverend Ike, it doesn't matter how much formal education you have. A man is ignorant unless he learns to use his mind to be, to do, and to have that which he desires. It doesn't matter how much religion you have. You are lost in spite of your religion if you don't know how to use your mind. No doubt, the Bible tells us in Romans 2:12, be thou transformed by the renewing of your mind. Transformation does not come with money. It begins with your mentality. It doesn't begin with position. It begins with your perception. You can change your wardrobe. You can change your car. You can change your town. You can change your country. You can even change your gender. But until you change your mindset, your life will still remain the same. Let me tell you my story. I didn't come here as a woman who had it all figured out in life. I came as one who wrestled with doubt, fear, and failure, but I won. I grew up in a small village, walked to school barefoot, hungry, but full of dreams. I failed my advanced level examinations, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And you know how Africans can exaggerate failure? The whole village heard it as if it was BBC or CNN that announced it. Ah, Patience has failed again. Yeah. Maybe she needs to look for a man and get married. Maybe school is not her calling. Even my own parents said she has wasted our money. And I believed them. And I said to myself, maybe I am not worthy. For a long time, I carried that shame. But one day, just one day, I sat to myself and I asked myself a pertinent question. Patience, what if they are wrong about you? That question, just that one question, started the transformation of my entire life. Sometimes the most important conversation you'll ever have changes when you start asking better questions. If you keep asking, why me? Life will keep giving you pity. If you start asking, what do I learn from this? Life will give you wisdom. So, my dear friends, change your question and life will give you better answers. That one question changed my pain into purpose. That one question gave birth to a new mindset in me. And I realized it is not what happens to you that defines you. It is what you decide to believe about what happened. You cannot control other people's opinions about you, but you can control what you say to yourself, your inner narration. From that day, I began to talk to myself differently. I stopped calling myself a failure. I started saying, I am not a failure. I am a fighter. I am still becoming the woman God destined me to be. And guess what? When my mind changed, my life followed. There are two kinds of mindsets, the old one and the new one. The old mindset says, I can't. But the new mindset says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. The old mindset says, I am too old. But the new mindset says, I am right on time for destiny. The old mindset says, why me? The new mindset says, try me. Let me tell you, you cannot fly like an eagle while thinking like a chicken. So, stop clucking like a chicken and start soaring like an eagle. Let me share these 3 divine principles that changed my life forever. Because you move, transformation comes from awareness, it continues with renewal, and manifests with action. Awareness, you must recognize who you are and believe in yourself. Your life experience depends entirely on what you believe about yourself. Until you learn to believe in yourself, regardless of what people say or think about you, you will not go far in life. Use the power of your mind to believe you can be, do, and have that which you desire. The second is renewal. Fill your mind with truth, wisdom, and faith. Your mind is a garden. If you plant fear, fear will grow. If you plant faith, greatness will blow. Feed your mind daily with positive thoughts, knowledge, and affirmations. Third one, action. Don't wait for perfection. Faith without works is dead. Start small, but start anyway, and start now. Speak differently, walk differently, and think differently. Because destiny favors those who dare to move. Developing a new mindset does not mean life will be very easy. It means when the storm comes, you remember you too are the storm. So stop asking, why me? And start saying, try me. When people say, you have changed, just smile. Say, yes, thank God I did. A new mindset will make you see obstacles as opportunities, rejection as redirection, pain as preparation. Everything changes when your mind changes. So let me ask you this question. Who will you become if you truly believed nothing was impossible for you? What dreams will you chase again? What fears will you face? What story will you rewrite? I'm talking to you today, not because life was easy for me, but because I decided to think differently. I refused to be a prisoner of my past. I chose to reprogram my mind for growth, greatness, and for God's purpose. Today, I speak to you, not as a little girl who walked barefoot to school, not as the one who failed her advanced level exams 3 times, but as a teacher, a vice principal, and the owner of Maria School of Excellence. If I could transform myself, you can do the same. You cannot step into a new season with an old mindset. You cannot step into your destiny carrying yesterday's doubts. Today, choose to renew your mind. Believe in yourself and walk in the truth of who you were born to be. Because the moment your mind shifts, your life shifts. The moment your thoughts rise, your level rises. And I want you to declare with me, I am not what happened to me. I am who I choose to become. I refuse to think small. I choose progress over pity, fear over faith. I choose growth over grief. I choose to develop a new mindset. And I decree it over you. Open your mind to new possibilities, because when you change your mind, your life changes. Fellow Africans, dear friends of Africa, I came today to tell you this truth. The greatest battle you will ever fight is not with your enemies. It's not with witches and wizards. It's not even with guns and atomic bombs. It is with your mind. Dennis Kimbrough says, man has succeeded in winning the battles of outer space, except the battle of the inner space, which is the mind. If you win in your mind, you'll win in your life. If you lose in your mind, no amount of prayer will rescue you. Life does not change because you cried. Life changes because you decided to use the power of your mind to achieve what you want in life. If your mind shifts, your world shifts. If your thinking changes, your level changes. You always get what you believe in. If you believe in nothing, you will have nothing. Remember, the Bible says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. If you think scarcity, you will wallow in poverty and misery. If you think wealth, you will blossom in abundance. If you think small, you will live like an ant. Today, we are saying Africa must rise. But Africa cannot rise with the old mindset of scarcity, misery, poverty, dependency, mediocrity, and survival. I came to tell you, you cannot step into a new life unless you change your mindset. Your mind is the womb of your destiny. It is the control room of your life. It is a steering wheel of your future. No matter how talented you are, no matter how anointed you are, if your mindset is wrong, your life will be limited. According to Reverend Ike, it doesn't matter how much formal education you have. A man is ignorant unless he learns to use his mind in order to be, to do, and to have that which he desires. It doesn't matter how much religion you have. You are lost in spite of your religion unless you learn to use the power of your mind. No doubt the Bible tells us in Romans 12:2, be thou transformed by the renewing of your mind. Transformation does not begin with money. It begins with your mentality. It doesn't begin with position. It begins with your perception. You can change your wardrobe, change your car, change your job, change your town, change your country, even change your gender. But until you change your mindset, your life will still remain the same. I would like to share with you my story. I didn't come here as a woman who had it all figured out in life. I came as one who wrestled with doubt, fear, and failure. I grew up in a small village, walking barefoot to school, hungry, but full of dreams. I failed my advanced level, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And you know how Africans can exaggerate failure. The whole village heard it as if it was announced over BBC or CNN. Patience has failed again. Yeah. Maybe she needs to look for a man and get married. Maybe school is not her calling. Even my own parents said she has wasted our money. And I believed them. And I said to myself, maybe I am not worthy. For a long time, I carried that shame. But one day, just one day, I sat and had a conversation with myself. I said, Patience, what if they were wrong about you? That question, just one, started the transformation of my entire life. Sometimes the most important conversation you will ever have is the one with yourself. Your life changes the moment you start asking better questions. If you keep asking, why me? Life will keep giving you pity. But if you start asking, what can I learn from this? Life will give you wisdom. So, my friends, change your questions and life will change your answers. That one question changed my pain into purpose. That one question gave birth to a new mindset in me. And I realized that it is not what happens to you that defines you. It is what you decide to believe about what happened. You cannot control other people's opinions about you, but you can control what you say to yourself. That is your inner narration. From that day, I began to talk to myself differently. I stopped calling myself a failure. I started saying, I am no longer a failure. I am a fighter. I am still becoming that woman that God designed to be. And guess what? In my life, my mind changed, my life changed. There are two kinds of mindsets, the old and the new mindset. The old mindset says, I can't. But the new mindset says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. The old mindset says, I am too old. But the new mindset says, I am right on time for destiny. The old mindset says, why me? The new mindset says, try me. Let me tell you this. You cannot fly like an eagle while thinking like a chicken. So stop clucking like a chicken and start soaring like an eagle. Let me share with you these 3 divine principles that changed my life forever. Because transformation begins with awareness, it continues with renewal, and manifests with action. So awareness means you must recognize who you are and believe in yourself. Your entire life experience depends on what you believe about yourself. Until you learn to believe in yourself, regardless of what other people say or think about you, you will not go far in life. Use the power of your mind to believe you can be, do, and have that which you desire. Number 2, renewal. Fill your mind with truth, wisdom, and faith. Your mind is a garden. If you plant fear, fear will grow. If you plant faith, greatness will bloom. Feed your mind daily with positive thoughts, knowledge, and affirmations. And number 3 is action. Don't wait for perfection. Faith without work is dead. Start small, but start anyway, and start now. Speak differently, walk differently, think differently, because destiny favors those who dare to move. Developing a new mindset does not mean life becomes so easy. It means when the storm comes, you remember you are the storm too. So stop asking, why me? And start saying, try me. When people say, you have changed, just smile and say, yes, thank God I did.
Give it up, give it up, give it up to Patience Ebot. Amazing presentation. Give it up to her, please. Give her flowers. Penny, give birth to success. When people say you have changed, tell them that this is the new version of myself. Try me. Please give it up. Give it up, give it up. Amazing, amazing. Congratulations, Mrs. Ebot Patient. That was powerful, man. So proud of you. Great. comment. Hey guys, put on the comment section, what was your big takeaway from Patience's presentation? Right on the comment section. All right. And guess what? Congratulations for going through day 2 successfully. And of course, we're left with day 3. That's the last day, day 3. And we cannot wait, guys. We have other lineups of speakers waiting for day 3 as we close the conversation and some great news for you guys. So that's it for today. That was day 2 for us. And congratulations for making it. If you are still here live, just drop your best emoji, best take-home lessons, and I will give you a special high shout, even as we close the curtains of this conversation. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. All right. Thank you so much, Prosper. Thank you. So that's so powerful. Thank you, Belinda. Great. Awesome. Great job, guys. Thank you for making it. When you go home, ask yourself, what can I apply now from all I have learned? From Willem Gous to Milton Vernyuy to Boniface Takwe to Melanie Puemedji to Patience Ebot. What can you, 5 great speakers, what can you apply right now from what you've learned? Okay, write down your applications, and then as you go home, begin to practice that. Start work. And that was how we saw it for day 2. God bless you, and thank you for showing up. Share to somebody who needs to hear this, because this is powerful, and these are the things that Africa needs to know in order to rise. Thank you so much, Magnus. Tanga, I feed your mind with daily positive informations. If that is one big one, go for it, bro. Go for it, bro, because that is gonna really take you from an average to a contributor to the African continent. The battle of the mind, the greatest deflector of Africa. That is it. And that's why together as a family, as a team, we're gonna build Africa. We're building Africa already. The battle of the mind, the greatest deflector of Africa. Feed your mind with daily positive affirmation. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you so much, Dimonga. Amazing. And so we're going to close the curtains of today's session right here now. I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow. My name is Oliver Shaw, and I was your guest for our day 2 of the Africa Must Rise Global Conference. We leave you with our jingle for the conference as we close the curtains. God bless you. Signing off from Florida, Palm Beach, Florida, United States of America. God bless you.